I mean, it's just 7 minutes. It's not that big a deal. What's up, everybody? How you doing? It's Joy the Goddess Sanchez here. You know, it's a lovely Wednesday night. I know I said we was gonna go on at 7, but like I said, life happens sometimes. So my clapback is today. My clapback is just living my life. Living my life as I can. My guest, works a job. He runs a company. So he's gonna be available. Be here soon. I'm loving my cheetah mask. Uh, I start every day off with a mask, just so y'all know, like, yo, keep your mask on when you go into like crowded areas and whatnot. This mask is by I don't know who bought it in the Heights. I liked it. I liked it. It's pretty. So it works for me. What's up? How y'all doing? It is Wednesday night. The world is not falling apart, but like tonight on ClapBack Queens, I get to interview a very long time friend of mine. I've known him since I was like 15 or so. And life happens. You grow up, you go your separate ways and whatnot. But he's always been like one of those people that never really leaves your family circle. So that's what's up. It's peace. He's gonna be joining us tonight, talking about his new venture. Sober is dope. So I'm really excited. Uh, and I have books in stock now, so I'm really excited. I keep telling people I do lots of things. One of the things I do, Dred Sanchez, is I write. And I have some more books in stock now, so that's what's up. You want one? Holla. Website, someone's back up. And we got a Patreon now. Like, hey, we are moving up in the world. We're getting some Patreon money. Not yet, but we're hoping to get some patrons. Because here's the thing, right? We really want to expand the programming. We want to hire staff to be able to start putting out these videos that I have from the Juneteenth project that we started over the summer. Clapback Queens is another aspect of the Juneteenth project, in which it just talks about what I call clapback culture. You know what I mean? We all know what a clapback is. It's like somebody comes to you and you're like, nah, 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 check yourself, boo. Right? So I am studying sociology this year. I went back to school for another BS because, hey, gotta pass the time somewhere. And so I went back to school for another BS. And let me do that instead because I really don't need the headphones. Anyway, I went back to school for another BS in sociology. And in studying like just the development of cultures, like, because your first year you touch on psychology as well as anthropology because it's part of the social sciences, right? So anthropology, you start to learn about like how cultures are formed, and I feel like in the last 10 years or so, there's been this whole shift. It's been slowly happening more and more and more and more, but like slowly people have been not conforming and defining themselves and unapologetically living a life that defines themselves. So like that's you know I think that's a clapback. That's a major clapback. Hey, hey, what's
What up?
on? He's here.
How you doing? You chilling?
Hold up, hold up.
Oh shit!
Oh snap!
What up? What up? You look
What
good.
up? You look good, bro. I'm over
Thank
here
you.
like I'm taking my braids out and junk because I think I gotta
Your hair look dope. Your hair look dope.
look
That's
at
what's
you,
up.
yo. Why is it that you don't seem to age at all?
I don't know. God is good, man. God bless me.
Oh, all the
God,
time, dog.
you don't age
I,
either. You don't age either.
I'm on my, I'm trying to be on my Benjamin Button shit. Like I just, you know,
No
just mind my
doubt.
business, make my art, like call it a day.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
welcome to my experiment. This is all a social experiment for me because, I got all these theories. I ain't got no answers, and I
yeah,
got all the time on my hands. So it's like, what else am I gonna do? But just talk to folks because I miss talking to folks. And like, I started a project over the summer called the Juneteenth Project.
yeah,
And it's about like, we're trying to create a living archive of like Black existence, and then like eventually get everybody else too. But I think it's really important that we like, document our lives and our existences so that like just can just stop. You know what I'm saying? We could fix the world somehow. I don't know, but that's my contribution. So Clapback Queens and Kings is like experiment in the media aspect of like just uh taking people that are out here doing stuff in what I call clapback culture, which is like, not conforming and like unapologetically defining your own life for yourself and building and manifesting your life. And this is stuff you've been talking about since like shit, since since I
Back in
was
the days, right?
since I was as young as I look. And so,
Absolutely,
you know,
absolutely,
um,
absolutely.
I want to welcome you to that and tell the people. Let's just start off because I didn't even introduce you. I was just like,
Yeah, yeah.
but this is my long time like brother from another mother, like ghetto philosopher, guardian angel of the block,
Oh man, thank
Pop
you, thank you.
Buchanan.
No doubt,
What's
no doubt.
good?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Thank you for having me. You can hear me well? How do I
Yeah, I
sound?
can
Good?
hear you. I can
All
hear
right,
you.
good. Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I can't complain. God is good, and I'm focused, and I'm just giving back, and I'm alive, and we alive. We made it. We made it. And we still thriving. So, um, I'm just been chilling. So, anything you need to know, let me know. I answer any questions. I want to add value to the community today.
Well, I want to start with just like just tell the people who don't know you just like a little bit about your background and like your journey before we get into sober is dope. Because like I'm really excited, and I know that like I was, we've known each other 15, 20 years now, I think,
Absolutely.
and I remember when you wasn't so sober, and so
I
it's
know.
just
I know.
like.
I know. I know.
But so I wanna just like give the people a little background about like what brought you to this place of like sober is dope and where
No
you come
doubt. Definitely. So, what up, everybody? I'm Pop Buchanan, the host of the Sober's Dope podcast. I'm a hip hop artist, lyricist, man of God, and Brooklynite, Brooklyn, New York. Shout out to
Hey, shout out to
Bro-
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, and yeah, my journey is straight up as real as it gets, man. I'm a guy who came up. I came up with a good surroundings. I came up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Beautiful family, a lot of resources, a good support base. And I got into hip hop. I was in and out to school. Wound up graduating from school, so I went to college. Always was doing hip hop. My brothers and my cousins was always into hip hop. My older cousin is Sir Abu. He's a hip hop pioneer. My other brother worked with Jazz O, and I used to be on the block rapping with my partner Shay and them. And long story short, I was one of those guys who was just like really into the lifestyle, but I was also a party guy. And I think for me, a lot of my identity eventually got caught up in drinking and
Mm.
just partying, but it was also part of that hip hop facade and just being out there, getting it popping bottles, just being in that vibe. But the problem in my case was I was always allergic to alcohol. And that's something most of us, if you are allergic to alcohol, you're not going to get the memo. You're going to have to learn it the hard way. And you're always going to have someone around you in your camp that you're going to see where alcohol affects them a little bit harder than everyone else. And that was my case. And it took me quite a bit of time to really get to a place where I could really identify that. But before I got there, alcohol brought me to a low point where I lost a lot of good things. I lost $1 million brownstone in Fort Greene. Lost one girl, but got another girl, and so that worked out. But in the end, it was kind of like when I say the end for me, we're going back 8 years ago, almost 8 years ago. And it was a time for me where it was just really rough. And drinking just got really, I started getting sick. Alcohol wouldn't agree with me. And I just couldn't stop drinking. I just think I let the depression, the anger, and all of that get out of control. So I had to be proactive, and I gave my life back to God. And I literally got on my knees in the middle of Brooklyn in the street and was like, yo, God, I'm done. Like, I'm done.
Right.
And one of the ways I was able to get there was because I was always blessed with the knowledge of God, the knowledge of self, spirituality,
Right.
knowing that I'm a man of God and the image of God. You know what I'm saying? Coming from the Most High, I always knew that. But part of that created a God complex, so I kind of got cocky. I started feeling like
Mm,
I had to realize I'm a God. I'm like a lower G God from the Most High God, but I'm not God. And it's clear in the Book of Matthew, God tells you, they say that ye are children, ye are isn't it written in your scriptures? I say, ye are gods, but all children of the Most High. So I think I had to give all praise and humility back to God to give that power back so I could get my power back. And
mm.
8 years later, after being humble and getting on my knees and praying, I'm back. God restored me. I'm at full health. I got everything. I'm good. So and then I just wanted to devote my life from that point on to helping my brothers and sisters understand the importance of staying focused, being ahead of your mental health issues, and also prioritizing our sobriety if addiction is a problem in our lives.
How? All right. So, what is your podcast about? Do you like have guests and talk to them about, or is it like what's your podcast?
All right, so that was a whole background on me. The Sober is Dope podcast. Y'all can see I got the shirt here. The Sober is Dope podcast is ill, man. We have over 200 episodes. So the Sober is Dope podcast is to highlight the benefits of sobriety. It's
Okay.
literally me spreading the gospel that sobriety is dope. Sober is dope. Not drinking, not doing drugs and wilding out is extremely dope. And the reason why I wanted to create that is I wanted to change the narrative for the next generation, but also
Right.
my generation. It's like I remember, and you could attest to this. We grew up, and that was a lot of our pastime. Maybe we would
Right.
just, and I just wanted to get back to a state of focus. We need more focus, and right now, especially where we are in a state where the planet's at now, we definitely need more people focused, and we have to bring attention to health, nutrition, healthy mindsets, and stuff like that. So the podcast it has 200 episodes, and I'm consistently bringing guests on, doctors, PhD scholars, and people to help us understand, one, how to get over that mental health hump if you're struggling with depression, anxiety, anything like that, and also the benefits of sobriety and tools to help you on your journey of recovery, right? We got everything.
Yeah.
And it's not just, so let me just say this, it's not just for people that's struggling with drugs and alcohol. It's to
Right.
help you get to a sober mindset. It's to help you get more focused.
Right. Because there's a thing. Because I was like, there was a moment in quarantine, especially like you're by yourself, and it's like it's so easy to like just start drinking. And then there was like a minute where like I remember like cleaning up my room and like I threw out like 25 bottles.
Yeah.
Right over, and it was like it was around my birthday, so I was just like, it's my birthday. But then like it started to become this thing where like every week there was at least like 10 bottles, a week. And I'm just like, that's a little bit much joy. Like I don't think, what I'm
Yeah.
saying, starting to check myself. And so one of the things I've developed in this time is just like routines and practices. Like getting more into a routine for myself, developing myself a routine and a ritual where like in my room, I don't know if you noticed it, but like I use it as a studio in the bedroom. So basically what
Got it.
happens is
Oh,
that like every night I like take this stuff, I'll take this out, put my bed down, and it just like reminds me that I have to do these things. You know what I mean? Like I create
yeah.
obstacles for myself, so it's like I have other things to do than just drink. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like
absolutely. Absolutely.
um,
Absolutely.
and I understand, and I don't think that I also want to inject. It doesn't sound like that your podcast is just like like don't do this. It's like it's more how important the mindset is to everything because your mind controls your whole everything. You
Yes,
know,
absolutely.
I know like I've quit smoking several times in my life, and like every time I quit, I would just like change my mind. It's like I don't want to do this anymore, and
Yeah.
it was like it was really that simple.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Yo, what are some ways that like this came together for you? Like, was this just like this was like one day you just woke up like I'm gonna just start a podcast or like
Nah, so what happened was when I first got sober, like back in like I remember I was in a I was in an outpatient program in Brooklyn 8 years ago. And I remember when I first got sober, I was in like I was really in a facility where I lived there. Then I had to go to programs and stuff. I went all in. You know what I'm saying? I had to go all in. I didn't want to play games. I wanted to make sure I got this right. So when I got into this facility, I remember I used to be walking around. I'm like, yo, this sobriety shit is dope. Because I would say everything's dope. Yo, this
Right.
here,
That was a favorite
yo,
word.
yeah, this hero's dope. This coffee's dope. Yo, that movie was dope. No, me, I'm walking around like, yo, sober's dope. So this sobriety shit is dope. I'm doing this rehab thing. And then, but I remember getting the logo done a long time ago, like almost 6-7 years ago. And then it sat there for a while. Then I started doing my music again. So the thing is, I stopped doing music for many years because I got a little older. I didn't want to be too old rapping, but plus because I was drinking, I wasn't consistent. So
Yeah.
then when I found my sobriety, I reconnected with the importance of hip hop and what that meant to me and my family and all of the work we put in. And it wasn't like I was trying to get on and trying to be something I wasn't. And for the first time, I was like, yo, I'm just rapping because I just want to rap. It's just an art. And that's what's important to me. So then I started getting my music back, and I wasn't going to let addiction take away my music and my art form. So when I
Right.
got sober, I started rapping again. And then about a year and a half ago, I said, you know what? I'm doing so well in my recovery. I want to start sharing with other people. I want to tell my story and I want to get back, you know?
Yeah.
And that's when I said, yo, I'm going to start the Sober's Dope podcast. I'm ready to start a podcast now. I was on a few other people's podcasts and I was killing it, telling my story, talking about the biology of belief, affirmations, the mindset, and all of the spirituality and conceptual stuff. But I said, I want to have my own platform so I could bring
Right.
everything that makes pop to the world. And that's when I decided to bring it on a student podcast, you know?
How's the response been like with just in general?
Well, we got in 1 year, we got 45,000 downloads in 1 year, man. So
Nice.
people's listening. Like, you know, I have a good audience, and you know, on Instagram, between my Pop Buchanan page and the Monk Healing and Sober's Dope page, we have over 30,000 people that's listening. And then you know, I have a couple of Facebook pages, and just overall, people love it. Like, it's the best name. They like, your Sober's a dope name.
Yeah,
And
it is like, and it reminds me of like, cause like I'm not gonna lie, like I drink alcohol not just because like I like the taste of it, but like as a chef, like I taste it just meal stuff, right?
yeah,
So I've also learned moderation. Like you know, to me, it's like if you can't be sober, be moderate. Like don't OD.
word. Absolutely.
You know, so I also do like intermittent sobriety. Like I'll take months out the year and just not drink. And it's really interesting to me the amount of energy that I had all of a sudden, right? And it
Right.
always made me laugh that like people would think I was drunk when when I wasn't. Like I wasn't, you know,
Word.
like, has that
Word.
ever been like
I love it. I love it.
you know, has that ever been like a thing? Like, what's the biggest? I guess I want to ask also, like, what is the biggest difference you notice? Um, I guess for yourself in making that lifestyle change, like that, you know.
Yeah. No, I got it. Yo, the biggest difference I think is my consistency. You know, old school pop would cut out a lot. Like, there would be periods of time where people would lose contact with me. You know, I wouldn't always be the same. I wouldn't always be in the same personality state. One day I'll be super up, one day I'll be super down. And then you know, less apprehension and less just anger and frustration. So overall, I'm just more chill. I look better. I feel better. And when I say I look better, I wouldn't even be alive if I didn't stop drinking. So the fact that I'm alive at 44, I'm about to be 41, that I'm alive at 41 and still feel good and look good, and I'm still exercising, I'm still doing everything. But the main thing is I'm way more productive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I'm able to work on, I have a job. I'm able to have two companies. I have Sober's Dope. I have the music. I have my family. I have a relationship, and I'm moving. All of this stuff is moving, and I'm just a one-man show. So people might think I have a company and a big staff. You know, I'm doing all of this stuff myself, the designing, putting together everything, the podcast, the content, the websites, everything. And I wouldn't be able to be that productive if I was intoxicated and consistent. It's the consistency. So I tell everybody, look,
Right.
if you really want to be a millionaire, I'm trying to show you how high performance people get down. They're not getting
Yes.
twisted. They're waking up early. They're sacrificing. They're taking care of themselves. They're meditating. They're praying. They're eating healthy. They're doing everything. So you can't say, yo, I want to win, but you're not willing to make the sacrifices. So I realized, yo, LeBron is sober. For him to be LeBron, he has to be, not saying he ain't gonna have a drink. I'm saying LeBron's not coming home and saying I gotta knock a bottle down. He's training extra time.
Right.
You know, Kendrick Lamar, highest performing rapper, sober. Kendrick Lamar's like he practices sobriety. So J. Cole, and Eminem. So people at the height of the food chain, their productivity comes from their ability to just to be enough. Sometimes you're enough. So that's
Right.
you know what I mean? Like I'm just showing, I'm not saying, this is what I'm not saying. I'm not saying, yo, you shouldn't drink is bad. I'm saying that we have a live and let live approach. But if you want to get to that next level and alcohol is slowing you down, or if you're an alcoholic and it's problematic and you're doing drugs like opioids and hard crazy drugs and you're strung out and you can't get your life together, you gotta, don't be afraid to give sobriety a shot, because all your fears about it are false. You're still gonna be interesting. You're still gonna
Do
be,
you think it's really a fear thing, or do you
yeah,
think that like, because what I find is like it's people cope in all these different ways, right? I think there's like uh part of it is kind of maybe that like people aren't taught coping mechanisms. You know what I'm saying? Like I
yeah,
know that for a long time, like there was a point in time in my life where it was problematic, but
yeah,
luckily I'm mentally sound enough to like pull myself back from that and like you know resilient enough and to rely on the tools that I've learned, right? But
yeah,
like a lot of us don't have access to that stuff. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I had to go to college to learn about like coping. Like what is
yeah.
trauma? Like nobody talks about trauma. Nobody talks
Exactly,
about like
exactly.
the inherited trauma, the inherited generational trauma, but then like the everyday trauma, especially like right now. What?
Right, right.
I don't even know what's happening in the world anymore because I can't turn on the TV without like wanting to like
Yeah, me too. I understand.
I don't even own TVs. Like I don't
Yeah,
own a TV. Like
yeah, yeah. So that's why I started the podcast though, because now, so someone like me that's out there rapping, that's from Brooklyn, that looks, everybody, I look like you, and you could say, yo, I'm gonna listen to pop. They might not listen to another platform, but they could say, yo, I know that guy. Let me listen, and they could say I can identify
right,
with that. So I want, that's part that was important to me as a big brother to the community. I never thought I'd get to this point to where I say I'm kind of an OG, but I'm an OG now. I used to be a regular. Now cats look up to me and say, yo, I know Son's been around for years. Son, Pop's been around. I'm about to be 41. I have to step up. I can't act like a boy. I'm not a boy. And that's what we need in the Black community. We need men to step up and say, yo, look, I've been where you've been and I get it. I don't want you to make the mistakes I made. So you can look at what I'm doing, mirror it, and you can level up by using me as a platform. And now I'm gonna show you how I did it. I'm gonna put my good and bad and ugly out there, so you guys could say, "Yo,
right.
I gave my whole blueprint." My whole
Right. Well,
blueprint.
that's also like I think that's also just like the essence of an artist, right? Like that whole audacity that it takes to like say I have this idea, right?
Right.
What makes me think that this is something someone would be interested in?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's work in progress, and don't judge it, but you know
yeah.
what I'm
You see,
saying?
I got my
Like,
art there. I got my
I
art
see
there.
that. I see you with the portraits.
Yeah, my shorty did that. My shorty did that and
Nice,
stuff. So
nice.
yeah.
How like what would you say is like the thing that shifted for you to like have healthier how does that how has this choice helped you have healthier relationships? You know what I'm saying? Because
Um,
you're like, you had a girl, you lost her, and then you got another one. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. Yo, you know what, man? I could just be. I'm more committed, and I'm the same guy yesterday that I am today. So, and I'm less aggressive. So there's a few facts. Like for men, marijuana does one thing. I used to smoke like a maniac. Marijuana increases the testosterone, the estrogen levels in men, specifically estrogen levels. So when guys smoke and drink too much, it lowers their natural testosterone, and they become more aggressive, and they become more like it's less masculine, I should say, right? And what happens is that's when you see that volatile, angry, problems in the bedroom, frustration, and all of this stuff happening. So when you sober, you stronger, you more focused, and you're able to connect a little bit better, right? So I'm the same guy. Like I'm not switching up. Now one day I want to argue, yo, and next day I'm like, it's none of that. It's like, yo, this is me. And when things get hard, I can still cope with them a little bit better. So my relationships are a lot better because people know I'm a little bit more consistent, a lot more consistent, but I'm just me. You're gonna get me, and that's still the good, bad, and ugly. I may be less willing to hang out and do the things that I used to do because I'm growing up and I have priorities, but at the same time, I'm just, you know, I'm a better human being, man. I'm not leaving so much pain behind. I used to leave, not all the time, but I would like have moments where I would get drunk and have a bad argument with somebody, or scream on somebody, or flip on somebody, or fight with somebody, or punch somebody in the face for no reason.
And
And
they be like, I'm sorry, man. I need
yeah,
to. I'm like,
yeah, and it's like all of that waking up and not remembering shit and blacking out and feeling and wilding out for no reason and having no self-control, that's all gone. You know what I'm saying? And I'm happy for that, man, because that's one less person out there, one less man out there that's not in control. And I think you have to have some level of control for self. You can't control the world, but you have to do a great deal of work to try to have control of self. Because if you don't have that, then you just chaos and living a
yeah,
chaotic life. Who wants that? You don't want that.
yeah,
No
nah,
one.
like that's what I find to be like, that's one of my philosophies. Like, just, yo, if I can't control it, if I got no ends in it, like, I'm
Yeah.
not carrying that. That's not mine to carry. Because
Yeah.
I can't affect it. Like, okay, so what I'm supposed to do about it? I'm supposed to just like be angry for what? For
I
what?
know, I know, I know, I
Like,
know, I know. I
I
love your
got
glasses, by the way. Your glasses is hot. I love your
thank
frames.
you.
Those are ill, man.
These come from a dear friend of mine. This guy Beza, who's an amazing drummer, and he like every time he has glasses, I like end up stealing them.
Yeah.
And he lets me just like buys another glass, and like sometimes like sometimes he brings like a second pair so we can still have.
I gotta get a pair of those. Those are hot. Those are hot though.
And it's
But
like I don't know where to buy these from, so that's also why like I've never seen them
you
outside.
never, yeah.
He gets them like he's got to box them or something. I'm just like, I don't know how you always get the same thing.
We gotta hit them up. We gotta hit them up.
Word for sure, but you live in the Bronx. I'm not going all the way up there.
No doubt, no
Not
doubt.
during quarantine, nah. Like, that's a really expensive cab ride. How has COVID like affected you or not affected you? You know what I'm saying?
Yo, COVID's been like I pray for everyone that lost their lives, and I pray for everyone who got caught up. But for me, man, I just been chilling. Like I needed this time, like, with taking a break from work, taking a break from just, using this downtime to really catch up with my rest and get work done. I've been able to really be prolific during this time. I just finished my book. Excuse me. I just finished my book, and then I got like. Yeah, I have. Well, I dropped the workbook for part of a course, but I developed a course, which is another thing. But my first book is done, and then I was able to really take the podcast to the next level. I started getting guests on, and it's just been a good time for me, reflecting, getting into my own self, and just relaxing. So I listen to them. I don't go out. I'm not going in crowds. I'm chilling. I'm not like conspiracy theoried out. I'm just I'm very
You have
simple.
like all the theories. You
Yeah,
have all the theories.
yeah. Well, with this COVID thing, I'm very simple with it. It's like, well, let's just respect other people's space, keep my mask on, stay clean, take my vitamins and stuff, eat well, exercise, get appropriate rest, and make sure I build my. So I was already doing immunity work way before COVID hit, so I know how to build the immune system up. The importance of zinc and potassium and magnesium and getting all of these vital nutrients in, and eating right, and then the importance of sleeping well, like getting enough rest. The only problem with me is I stay up all night and sleep all day now, so I gotta try to get that back in the.
Oh,
But that's
yeah.
just because I'm just chilling. That's because I'm off. Like, I got this downtime with work, and so now I'm just running the businesses while I have this downtime, and it's been chill, man. And all my family's alive and well, and I lost.
Well, that's dope.
Yeah, I
Because
lost.
you come from around a large family, yeah?
Yeah, man. We, fairly, yeah, but everyone's good in the fam, my
That's what's
sisters
up.
and brothers. So how has COVID treated you during this time?
It has shown me exactly who I am. Uh, yeah, it's given me so much clarity.
Yeah.
And let me find a solid, uh, just be settled in myself. So
Yes, yeah.
it's just a different feeling. Like there was something that happened around my birthday. Like, I'm always in a deep contemplative state when it's my birthday time. But like this year, some sunflowers started like growing right outside my window, and I've been
Nice, nice.
yeah, I've been living in like a really tense, pretty much biased situation, like a real Amy Cooper shit.
Okay.
And now it's coming to it is being resolved, but it's like it's been rough, and I'm really proud of myself coming into this the end of the year now. Um, just because it was like every time something new was thrown at me as the world started to like move again, something would be thrown at me like and it's like I'm like oh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
But like now
absolutely.
I have this like assuredness and just kind of I don't stutter step. I have a pace, that I'm very comfortable going at, and I'm not like I'm just solid in myself. Like I feel like I finally am embodying my personhood fully, and I really like it. It makes me excited to get older and to keep seeing how like working out life.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, that's what's up. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you look great, and I always want the best for you, and nothing but prayers and blessings and love for you. And I'm proud of you.
Thank
Like I've
you.
been following you, doing the music, the rapping, the art, the lyricism, the art, your real art, the family. You've been doing a lot, and you always had a productive way about you, and that's inspirational. So thank you.
Thank you. It's a tool. I found, and that's another thing. Like having a focus, something to focus on, um, especially when you're by yourself so much. Just
Yeah,
I find that's like the alchemy in life. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's how you transmute things. Like I've had time to unpack things and just kind of sit alone and be able to push it out, like empty myself out. And I recently wrote I have a single that's gonna come out probably towards the end
Dope,
of the year,
dope, dope.
and one of the lyrics is, let yourself be empty, make room for your blessings. It's like because you can't fill a full cup, like you can't pour into
Absolutely.
something that's full. It just you pour out, you overflow, and so that's what I've been doing, and
Dope, dope.
it's nice. It's nice. I can't say I've been sober too much, but I try. I'm
Hey
sober.
man, look, you sober minded, man. You know what I'm saying? Like
Fat, fat.
definitely, like I'm not sitting on a high throne and talking about sobriety. I'm not talking down. I love everyone, and again, I have a real allergy, a real allergy to alcohol. So some people may not have the situation, like I had it. Like there's millions of us out there that just can't drink. We was born that way. Who we have one drink, we turn into maniacs, and that's what it is,
Oh yeah, no, I
right?
was the hanging out with somebody last night, and I had offered her like some, I think it was like a cider, and she was like, "No, I can't drink that. Like, I'm so sorry." She's like, "I'm
Yeah,
allergic."
God bless her. Yeah, God
I was
bless
like, "That's
her.
dope.
That is
That's
dope.
dope." Because it's also like I find that like as a woman, and sometimes this is people in general, like people are not used to us like asserting their boundaries, and
Yeah.
they're like, if you're someplace where you feel like I should take it, like that peer pressure still exists.
Word.
Like
Word. It used to
when
affect
you're
me.
an adult, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
And I find that interesting. Like, why do we still do that? Like, why do people still do that as like
It's
adults?
sometimes it's the belief that we need to meet people on their own level to connect, and sometimes and it's a human thing. You know how you see someone, if you
Yeah,
sit down with someone and they cross their legs, it's our inclination to cross our legs. Also, it's a human thing to mirror what the other person is doing. So in a social setting, if someone is drinking and they say, "Hey, everyone's drinking," and you feel like you're not, you just have to
right.
have the tools. Like me, I don't really go in with the I'm not drinking and all that. I go in, yo, let me get a cup of coffee, a Perrier, and let me get a ginger twist, such and such. I'll tell them what I want off the top. My man,
Right.
it ain't even about you drink. I'm just like, nah, I order my own stuff to keep that social pressure. And I also tell people they got non-alcoholic drinks all out there now to make it a little bit easier for people.
Yeah.
You might see me with a non-alcoholic O'Doul's or something, but at least I'm still able to connect without getting drunk.
Yeah, and I think that's best. Like I'm not a fan of the non-alcoholic one, but I'm also that one that like I never mind walking around with a cup of water or like a glass of
Yeah,
water. I've gone out plenty of times to just only drink water all night. I'll
yeah,
get like a big ass glass of it. Or like just order soda or
yeah,
juice. Like,
whatever, man. Yeah,
sometimes
you
like they always got pineapple juice at the bar. I love me some
always
pineapple
word,
juice.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
What are you gardening? I also garden. That's a good. I've gotten into gardening during COVID to like
Well, no,
it lets me channel my anger. But
no,
like,
that's dope. What I do. So I don't garden, but what I do is I have these segments on the podcast where I take these long walks in the park, and every day I try to walk. And it's this concept called grounding. Have you ever heard of grounding? It's
uh,
so cool. So grounding is dope. It's where you put your feet on the earth, and what it does is it releases all of the negative charged particles out of your system, and it
oh yeah,
realigns you. It also gets a lot of like with the cell phone radiation, the electromagnetic spectrum, connecting back to nature. So I do that a lot. I'll go out, I'll ground. I just right before I spoke to you, I went for a long walk. I got a dope forest near me. I live near a forest, so I took this
nice.
long walk in the forest. I exercised. I did my pull ups. I breathe. So now studies show long walks, right, is good for the brain and reducing stress. So it's not like you have to run. You just want to just get into a space, like go out, walk,
Yeah,
and
I do
reconnect
that.
back to nature. Yeah, connect back to nature.
I do that
Because,
often. I take walks all the time, especially when the weather's nice. Like I've gotten into biking too to do that, but like I love
dope.
to walk. My favorite thing is to walk to
Yeah,
like,
walking is
especially
good for
in
you.
through Brooklyn. I'm obsessed with architecture,
Yeah,
especially brownstones and those like Art Deco buildings from the 20s. You know, that'd be like
yeah,
downtown. Yeah, walking is like a pastime of mine.
yeah.
When I was a kid, I also grew up walking with my mom. You know, every time she wanted to talk to me about something serious, we would like take these long ass. The dog would be. We take the dog on a walk for like 2 hours. Uh,
Nice.
yeah, and
That's
just talk.
nice. That's
Uh,
beautiful. I'm gonna
yeah,
try that.
sometimes.
Well,
Yeah,
sometimes, right? Yeah, but no,
you
I'm gonna
got
try
this
that.
now. Are
Not
you
yet.
that
Not
yet?
yet. Not yet.
Huh?
Not yet. Working on it though. I'm working on it. I'll get
All
there.
right. Yo,
Yeah,
take
I
your
get
time,
there.
bro.
I
Take your
should. I
time,
should.
bro.
by now, I should have been a dad though, man. By now, right? I shit. I should have
I
been. I
mean,
should have been. I should have been a granddad by now. I should. I definitely
no,
qualify.
you're exactly what you should have been by now. Like, you're alive. Like, I'm so happy you're alive. Like, yo, do you find it okay? So, as somebody who wants to have children but like doesn't yet, are you at all like afraid or worried to bring black children into this world right now? Like,
Not for what the world is. I'm not afraid of the environment because humans have a way of adapting. I'm just kind of like, well, if I have a kid, I'm not gonna. I know I'm not. If I'm 41. If I have a kid, I'm gonna be close in my 60s by the time they're able to be on their own. I still could be young. I just worry about quality of life overall, and if it's sometime I worry about maybe I waited too long, and but I leave it up to God because that's how it works. Like if it's up to God,
But
if a kid was to come, I'm not going to deny it or say, "Oh, I'm not ready" and all of that. I kind of chill with it, but it is what it is. I got this far, so I think God wants me to accomplish a certain amount of things before I take that step. But when it happens, it happens. The world is always going to be crazy. It's always going to be wild stuff. It's always going to be. Is in no point in history, unless you talking about pre-Garden of Eden, before the snake in the garden, was everything chill. After that, everything was always something. It was always some type of resistance and problems. So I'm not afraid of that. I think if I had a son or a daughter, I'll raise them with all the tools they need to shine. And they'll be great, man. But I gotta get started, right? So I have like a 5-year plan. Maybe I could. My mom said though, she said because you're a male, which I think it works for both men and women, right? I think you don't necessarily have to be at this point in history so caught up in I have to have a kid at this age, right? You
yeah,
you can
yeah.
have a kid when you're older and it's fine. You know what I'm saying? You
Well,
just
for
gotta
us, for women, it like there really is like a time limit because like even like if I got pregnant now, between now and like after yeah, if I got pregnant now, I'd be okay. But like after like 42,
it's
it's a
crazy.
geriatric pregnancy, and there's like all of these extra added health risks, and like
Oh
to both
wow.
the mother and the like, yeah, because we only have a certain amount of years that we make eggs, and then it's a wrap. So
It's
like
a
our
wrap.
body
Gotcha.
literally, so that plays into our aspect, like that ticking of on the women's
That's
side is
okay.
that like
Yeah.
we literally have like a time clock. But
Yeah.
men can produce like you can always have kids. Like
Yeah, no doubt.
you can always impregnate somebody. So you
No
got
doubt.
it. Like there's been 90 some odd year old people that have like impregnated their wives. It's
Yeah.
wow. But it's
So
happened.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. So I
Yeah.
have time. I have time. So I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah, you got time. Relax, relax.
Yeah, no
You know,
doubt.
hey, I'm glad my kids are alive. I'm just like I just want to live long enough to see them have kids. Like
Yeah.
that is my. I
That's
mean, that's
dope.
not my. I want to live forever, but also like at least as like long enough to see them have children. You know.
Absolutely.
Um. Uh,
So tell me about your show. What's up? Tell me ClapBack.
oh,
I like the concept. ClapBack
so
Queens.
yeah, because I was just like thinking about like what culture is. I've been really obsessed with the thoughts around like how do I catalog the existence of Black people, like and it started with Juneteenth, where like this year's the first year that they like the government wants to recognize Juneteenth as a holiday, and I'm like, if you really want to recognize it as a holiday, like that's a whole 2 year vacation, paid vacation, that like every Black person in America should just get like 60K a
Hmm.
year for 2 years up front,
Yeah.
plus a bonus of like $10 million. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? For 2 years.
Right. Right.
And that would be like accurate, because when I think
Yeah.
about like the numbers of people, I was learning about this thing, ancestral mathematics, that like calculates how many people it takes for you to exist 7 generations back, and the number's 4,094 people, right? So
Wow.
thinking about that, like 2 whole years of slaves, not knowing that they were free, not and none of these people are documented, none of these stories, none of these narratives are like all of these lives are lost. Like
Wow.
being caught in this place of like this year I've been caught in a thought of like not existing, you know,
Wow. That's
and
heavy.
how it feels, as like to me a lot of my life has felt like that, like I just didn't exist. Or like and lately, like as I've gotten older, it's and become more and more myself, like settled in me, it's become more of a feeling like, oh, I don't deserve to exist because I won't exist in the way you want me to.
Mm.
right? And so like my existence is literally an act of rebellion. Me refusing to like contort myself to someone else's wants or like idea of me is literally a rebellion and a revolution in itself that we like, you know, as black people, we like say we want to say, we dress how we want to dress. I wear my hair in locks, half braids, and like, you
Mm.
know, we don't. No, my whole life is a clapback. You know,
I
no,
love it.
I'm not going. You know what I'm saying? I'm not rushing to go back to work in a pandemic for what? For what? So I can work in a hospital and expose myself? No, 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 no. I haven't seen a doctor in 6 months, so no, I'm
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
rushing to get a new job. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna just invest in myself, and like
Yeah.
that's
That's what's
what
up.
happened. You
That's
know,
what's up. Good for you. Good for you.
yeah,
I
and
love that.
I, you know, so that thought came back, and I felt like that's the culture that's been being built for like the last 10 years that, you know, at least as far as I've seen, being an artist out in the Brooklyn, you know, in the New York underground artist scene, and like then traveling and performing and being participatory in other places, like, yo, it's really like a go time right now. Like there's there's like this acceleration with how fast you can manifest things when you
Yeah.
like are really
Wow.
focused, you know.
I like that. I like that.
So I got a residency with the Museum of Dead Words, and that's a project where this dialect, he's an MC, an educator, and a playwright, and he wrote an album. He picked out like 13 words from the American lexicon that are either dead, dying, or should die, and um, then he collaborates with artists. To each artist makes an exhibit for that word, and then when he used to do it in person, it was led like a museum tour. So every exhibit had a song that he performed, and then like and it had its own display and things. So my word is miscegenation, and
Mm.
miscegenation is the definition is the intentional mixing of races. So the thing
Mm.
is that race is not a biological construct; it's a man-made construct. So
Mm.
it's not a biological factor of life of any species, you know.
I like that.
Right? So and these are just straight facts. Like people don't have to
Yeah.
agree with what I'm saying
Yeah.
for it to be true, and that's the thing um, about it. So during the 19, I'm sorry, from 1863 until 1967 with the Loving versus Virginia case,
Right.
the interracial marriage, that there was a whole 41 states had anti-miscegenation laws. So you couldn't have sex with, date, um, have children with, have a side piece, uh, prostitute, a wife. You couldn't marry. Like
Damn.
no intermingling of any kind with non-white people. That was the specific language of the law,
Dope.
right?
Oh.
So it's one of those things that sowed the seeds of criminalizing every identity that's not white.
That's
Right?
crazy, man.
So what I did was um, I created like this installation that's kind of like a homegoing.
Yeah.
So on the street, when it's out on the street so that it engages the public. Um, oh so these are I did this cast. This is the body that I casted from my own body,
That's
and
awesome.
it's gonna
Wow.
on top of a timeline
Yeah.
of like the how long it took each state to get rid of overturn those laws. Um,
Awesome, man. That's awesome.
and then there's like these other pieces. There's a couple other canvases that go to it. So it's in the shape of a cross because the religious aspect of it, like the religion aspect of it, has like a twofold symbolism where like faith, people found faith um, and strength in their religion. You know what I'm saying, in Christianity, but like the church for a long time was also something used to justify slavery, justify segregation, justify discrimination, justify, justify the
Yes.
dehumanization of non-white people,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So this piece of uh, also has, so above the body. This piece is above the body. And it's like
That's awesome,
geometry.
man.
And then
That's
in the hair is gonna be my, like, I'm writing in my genealogy results because I got a DNA test.
oh, me too. Me too.
Yeah, right before I got this project, I got a DNA test done, and so I so I wanted to, so I mixed that in because, like, the overall theory of the installation is that, like, um miscegenation is a working of nature, right? It's a natural occurrence of nature. Plants crossbreed species, animals crossbreed all the time for the overall, evolution of the species, like the survival of the species. So we crossbreed all the time,
Right.
and that's essentially what humans do too, right? So to, like, outlaw something as natural as loving someone else,
It's
um,
insane.
really, really makes you, like, have to acknowledge how deep that hatred has to be for, like, us, or, like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying,
It's
that
tough.
that I won't even say it's a hatred. I think it's just like a that greed, or like whatever that energy is that made white people be like, yeah, we know everything, you know nothing, we get everything, like, that just led us to this place where, like, I'm watching people get murdered in the street, and the murderer is walking past the police with the murder weapon and not
That's
being
insane.
arrested. Like, that shit was wild to me.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
insane.
like, what?
Yeah, no, no. I love the installation, man. I think it's a good cause, and thank you for that, man. We need more of that. We definitely need more of that. That's
I,
beautiful,
I, I, this is all I can do. It's all I can do to keep
and
my
it's a
own
lot.
peace, you
It's a
know?
lot. It all adds up, and it all matters. We're
I
all
hope so. That's the goal. I think we all matter. If we really all matter, then, like, we have to. It's up to each individual to prove that we all matter.
yeah.
I think I've been, like, thinking about theories, and about how, like, we can overlook how we treat each other as individuals, but on a collective level, be upset about how individuals are treated.
Absolutely,
I'm like,
absolutely.
what?
That's insane. It starts amongst us, and that's real. That's one of the
Right.
biggest things. Like, I mean, we could protest all day, but if I still ice grill my brother who walking down the block for no reason, then it's still a deep psychological thing that's there that has to be lifted. It's a veil. Even me, I be going out my way now to saying what's up. Like, dudes be trying to look. It's that New York. I think it's everywhere when another black man approaches another black man in a street, in a foreign environment, we tend to get tense, and I be finding that, like, where does that come from? Growing up with Brooklyn, we used to know, like, this hood these group of dudes could stall on you if you get caught in the wrong place. You either get robbed, jumped, whatever. You ain't
Right.
have your ham on you, or if you wasn't with your peoples, you could get caught out there. So then you grow up being
Right.
like, yeah, this dude over here looks shifty, and you always like this. But when you bring it into the world now, and it starts to become generational, the next generation of young, now as young kids, I'm like, hey, what's up, young guy? And they looking like, this dude talking to me for, and I'm like, it's that vibe where we got to go back to really understanding how much it means. We do love ourselves and we do love each other,
Yeah.
but it
And
has
the
to
loving
cross
yourself is
over.
a radical thing, though. You know
It
what I'm saying?
is.
Like, we got to think about that. Like I said, the psychology, one thing that I have to say, that, like, I'm so glad that I decided to, like, spend most of my time going back to school, actually.
Yes.
I had
Yes.
started, like, studying, sociology again, online, and I was just like, you know what? It's opened my eyes to, like, all of the ways that all of these little bridges. You know what I'm saying? I started to understand, like, how to bridge gaps. It's like it's all connected.
It
Everything
is.
is connected.
It
And I
is.
just lost my thought because
Yeah.
I tried to post your your stuff in the comments, and
Oh.
one of the things was like, no, no, we're not doing that. Not doing
But yeah, man, I just want to send that. That's a good message to send that. It starts with self love and loving each other and loving each other as strangers. So if I see you in the hood, I see you
that.
somewhere, you my brother. I'm just like, what's up, bro? You know, what's up, man? And letting go of the past, like the programming of hip hop. I'm not, I'm a rapper, so I'm qualified to talk about rap. So I don't care who's upset. I've been rapping for over 30 years, so I'm qualified to say that even me. I started changing my lyrics not to be hateful towards my own people and towards humanity. So, back in the days, you'll hear me talk about anything from, that whole battle rap kind of shoot you up, kill everybody and their mother type shit. It was just a cultural language that we was projecting that was from gangster rap and all of this stuff, and just kind of like talking about the environment. But now it's like, nah, I'm not even saying that. I'm not calling nobody out their name, and I'm just talking about love and just real shit. And guess what? You could still spit and make it sound cool without necessarily going super off the deep end. So even in the music, and then I really have beef with the industry, because if you look back in the days when we was coming up, 90s and all of that, the industry, which was run by like a lot of non-black people, they was only letting gangster rap music and music that was
Oh
destructive
yeah,
fly. Like you couldn't go platinum if you was talking about eating plants and meditating, but you would go platinum if you talk about killing another brother and his
oh
scene.
yeah. See,
I,
like that.
you know
That
what I'm
whole
saying?
like
Like, what's up with
Jesus
that?
Walk would not have flown in the '90s. Like,
Nah, and that. So when we grow up, the next generation after us is programmed for what we program with, and we was programmed, and it's all of this negative programming from music and media, which is the right brain imagery. When we talk about the reptilian
right,
brain and right brain imagery and all of that, fourth dimensional deep talk. If you want to talk, most of the programming comes through the visuals, which you show people, right? What we take
yeah,
into our third eye, it hits our psyche through our consciousness, and it starts to reverberate throughout our whole DNA and everything. I'm trying to reprogram that by saying all of that was, you don't see Jay-Z and these dudes clapping nobody. They never did,
right.
they never was doing it. You don't see none of these gangster rappers doing any gangsters thing. They all live in a very nice suburban area and they're chilling,
You
right?
know what I want to ask you about, because
Yeah.
you were mentioning like the visuals, right? I don't know if this was happening around you, but earlier in the summer there was like a whole period of time where like just there was fireworks every single.
Yeah,
Was that
yeah, it was
happening by
crazy.
you?
Yeah, it was happening. I don't even know who had a budget. That couldn't be individual. Somebody
No,
had a
that was they like proved it. There was so many people blasting off on the cops in New York, but like
Yo, you
um
saw that video that looked like the Transformers with the fireworks and the projects? I gotta set it. Yo,
no.
I never seen nothing like it. Was a regular projects, right? Somewhere, and yo, it looked like a transformer. It was like probably like $3,000 worth of Roman candles going off and hitting. It was beautiful though. It's like art. I heard part of the fireworks was a protest for George Floyd and stuff, and I didn't know what was with.
I don't
I,
believe that. I
I
believe
don't
that
know. I
like
don't know what was
I
going
I
on.
I got a little conspiracy with it, because it started to track like where I'm at. I'm in Crown Heights, right? I'm right
Okay.
by the 77. So there's these things going off all fucking night for
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm
hours,
saying.
8, 9 hours, and I'm like, you would hear all these fireworks or things that sound like gunshots, but you never heard a siren. Not one siren. Not
Yeah.
one police officer. You wouldn't see any like police like
Yeah.
responding to anything. Like there was no police to be found anywhere at all. And
Yeah.
that was like one of the most suspicious things in the world to me. Because I was like, why? If I don't know, because one night, right, one of the nights, I think it was like the second or third night that all the fireworks was going off, a guy got shot, like, I don't know, by there was like 8 cops, and they just emptied their clips in this boy, right,
Damn.
like a block or two away from my house, right, and because I didn't hear any sirens,
Yeah.
and in my mind I'm like, oh, it must just be fireworks, right? If you don't hear sirens, you're gonna think it's fireworks. I feel like that was like a conditioning for the future, and
That's
like,
deep. That's deep. We gotta stay awake, man. Like my thing is what I'm telling people now is, yo, listen, if you don't have a reason to be out, man, stay safe. Like move with purpose, and it's gonna decrease the chances of unnecessary things happening. Like they was hanging dudes in parks and all of that. And even with me, when I go exercise at night, my family's like, yo, you gotta be careful, man. So move with purpose, man, and don't we can't underestimate anything. We just have to really project unfearful idea of what our future looks like that's based in love and progress. Because I'm gonna tell you something: before they conquer us physically, they could conquer us spiritually and emotionally and mentally,
right,
that's by discouraging us through fear. And if you could keep your spirit strong and your psyche strong and stay hardcore in that way, then no one could break you physically or even any other
right.
way.
And that's the other thing that COVID gave me. Like I feel like no, nothing would break me. Like no one could ever break me again. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like I there will be times where I will choose to let myself fall apart,
yeah,
but I will put myself back together stronger, and but no one else will ever break me.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like there's no
absolutely.
external thing that could come against me to kind of to shatter me again. You
That's
know what I
right.
mean?
That's right. You control the narrative, man. You control the
Right, control
narrative.
your own narrative,
All right.
and that's the ultimate clapback
That's the
right
ultimate
there.
clap
That's the
back.
clapback right there.
Yeah,
You
you
know what I'm
control
saying?
the
You
narrative, the
control your
absolute
narrative.
narrative, because like whatever they was spitting was a lie. So we gotta tell our own story, man. That's why I'm telling my story. Yeah, I'm telling my story before the world tells my story. Like no one, I swear, look, I put all my stuff on the podcast. I write about all the good, bad, because you know I live in my truth, man, and that's it. So you heard it from. If you didn't hear it from me, then it wasn't it. You know.
Right? If it didn't come out my mouth, I will always clap. And I keep telling this to people because there's lots of people out here like lately in COVID. You know, my ears been itching, and like people like to blah 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 blah. And I'm like, well, y'all know where I'm at. I'm right fucking here. Come see me. Like
Yeah,
I got other shit to do than worry about you. So like, I'm right
yeah, yeah, yeah,
whenever you
yeah,
want to sit down, break some bread, and talk about some shit, or you
yeah,
want to, even if you want to like that, you want to square up, let's go. You know where to find me.
yeah,
Not like
definitely.
I'm out here hiding. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah,
and what I've been saying is that anything I say, like I've heard things that I was told that I did, or I was told. There's nothing I've said or done that I won't cop to, right? Because if I did it, then I did it. Like what I'm supposed to do now, I can cut.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
And
it's
you, yeah, we talk about that a lot. That's part of the recovery process, taking accountability, making amends, owning your stuff. Like a lot of it was me taking ownership over I couldn't blame anybody. That's my last thing one of the biggest things I want to leave you guys
right,
with. Don't blame anyone for anything, even if it seems just take accountability and regroup and just keep it moving, because the more accountability you take, the stronger it's going to make you, and that's what I did. I said, yo, I'm taking 100% ownership of my good, my bad, my ugly, my shortcomings, and my wins. I have a lot of wins. I have a lot of chance.
right.
So I just as loud as I made my wins, I had to be aware of my losses and say, you know what, it's part of the game. Keep going, but don't let your spirits be crushed. Keep your spirits high. That's what I'm trying to say. If somebody could get to you, Confucius said it best: he who angers you conquers you. And we're not letting anyone conquer us by getting us angry and out of pocket and caught in our feelings and emotions. It's going to
Hmm.
take time for you guys, but when you can master your emotions and your reaction, you become a master of the universe. And that's that. I'm going to leave that there.
Oh man, Ashay, that's what's up. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Pop.
No
I
doubt.
appreciate you.
No
And
doubt.
shout out to you,
I
like,
love you, man. I love you guys, man.
before you dip out, just let the people know where they can find your before you dip out, just let the people know where
Yeah.
they can find your podcast.
Yeah, guys, ladies and gentlemen, everyone out there, that's including all genders, everyone, you can reach me at popbuchanan.net. That's popbuchanan.net. You can also Google Sober is Dope. My advice is Google Sober is Dope, and you'll give you all the links to the podcast where you could get the sweaters and the shirts. I'm on Instagram, Twitter, at Sober is Dope. So that's at Sober is Dope, and at Pop Buchanan. And it's written here. And lastly, you could reach me. The podcast is on Spotify, Apple, Google, Stitcher, Pandora, Alexa, every platform on the planet. You can
Alexa is not a platform,
yeah,
sir.
yes. Every platform on the planet, you could just say, I could just tell Alexa, hey, Alexa, play Sober is Dope podcast, and she'll play it. But anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, you can reach me. And holla at me if
Alexa, like, stop it. I'm trying to sleep.
I know. But listen, guys, holla at me if you need any advice. The Sober's Dope podcast is for everyone. I made it specifically for, like, I thought about the kid growing up in Crown Heights that may be struggling and he don't even know it yet. Hey, man, I'm here for you guys. I went before you, so all I want you guys to do is win, and you can win without getting twisted, and take care of our health. Also, inflammation, cancer, diabetes. A lot of that is from our mental health, our spirituality, and what we eat, what we think. What we put in is what you get out. So say good things to yourself, love yourself, eat good things, think good thoughts. Don't think negative thoughts, because it's going to create problems in your cellular environment. All right, that's it. That's the Jew. Anything else, I'm gonna send you out an invoice.
All right. Yo,
Nah,
thank you so
I,
much for coming
hey,
through.
I love you, Joy. God bless
I
you.
love you all the time, man.
All
Take
right.
care. Stay safe, man.
Peace, y'all. One love. Peace. All right. Sober's dope. One love.
Yo, we thank you so much again, Prof, for coming through the studio audience. So what? I ain't got sound effects yet. You know what I mean? Get over it. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put on this. I had a playlist that I made just for you, just very special para tu. Because I love my friends, and I know a lot of talented folks. So what I'm gonna do, what I want to do right now is play, play this playlist as we keep building it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. I don't know how to share the screen on StreamYard yet, though. So just bear with me. Sorry. Do 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 do. That looks a little bit like a lot. Okay. Oh, wow. Blarau. Blarau.
over here. Look at the old train. Tell she run the mic in, hit it. Yo, man. Oh, now I'm still living. Word is born. I gotta give it. I gotta give it. Word is born. We're gonna spread the kind of story. Yo, right from. You gotta give it. On your radio. Maybe not. Maybe no. Oh, sick. Shout out to JTT. That's my boy. Yeah. You're ready. And I'm gonna say, bye. Au revoir. Okay. Adios.
Adios. Yes, it goes like this. When I get it, I will let you know. I'm stuck in my phone. Why is that funny? Who knows? I wrote it back just like I wrote. Gonna take it like bars in my phone. Just trying to get my old phone in my hand. I need to take it right back. You can hold my hand. I need to take it right back. It's a right back with a bike down. When I'm rich right back. Whoa! Yes, I did. Strap it up. My car was real. Yes, I did. Yes, I go with my bike back. Trying to make it right back. We can talk about our rights. We can talk about our rights. We can talk about those trips in my ass.
Right. Give me some apps, give up my ass. I take a blast, Oh, like rocket ships. Switching from skies, I'm getting tips. Just a tip, just a little bit. That's a tip. Just a little bit.
Tip of the iceberg. Me, I don't write first. I bring forth the spirit, you hear it? Bring forth the spirit, you hear it? Delirious. I'ma get on track, point blank, period. Serious with this head. The spirits appear. I'm just conjuring, lighting it. Oh, I'ma heighten this. Get on track and then start fighting it. Get in tune, embedded. I'm imbued, you know it. I'm a root. I'm going. I'm imbued, I'm going, and I'm the poet. I'm going. Easy, the true root. I'ma do it. I need the loop. I said I need the view. I need the boot. I someone sees the truth. I said I speak to you. You know the truth. You know. Residuals come through you, individual. It's the collective though. We need to bring it both together and get the flow. Spread the love, send it above. No one else about. I know. Send up the shots, more fire flow. Oh.
Wait, hold on, Jacob. Hold on.
Yeah. Still ahead.
Trying to meet my wife in the cockpit. Smoking on the telephone cockpit. I got the bands they dropping. I got the money and I'm saving. Hopping on the pillies and I'm raving. Here on my body, amazing. How you been do that? How you been go? You run that? How you been have that flow? Where you from? Where you gonna look like that? Damn, where you get the balls and box like that? Like the L that you smoke and rolling. I've been holding and you trying to hold these nuts. What? Like you're trying to bring it back and forth. Trying to go forward. Oh my God, my whole Lord. I'm trying to get it crazy. You just this door. You ain't got no sense. You be on this bench for the fucking what? A little bit turned. When the day come and get burned. Now I'm just gonna get turned. Last night I got turned. Said too many nights, too many flights, too many nights. Open the thing. I'm trying to get it with the baby. Trying to do this. Look out my nose. They just do this. Okay. No,
Young Cougar in the buildings. Young Cougar. Alright.
There's just 2 minutes left.
Okay, talk to him.
Get your feet on the ground. There's just 2 minutes left. There's just 2 minutes left. Let me get it on my chest. Let me rub it down my eyes. Let me take it down by. Catch me now, I'm going through the highway. Sipping that shit, yo, do it my way. All that shit I got it for greatness to the freestyle. Yo, do it Nancy. I got my crew, yeah, cold today. We just doing this rap to the track. Rap on the rap in the rap, that boogie on it down, can't go on. Fuck if you like me at all. Fuck you, pay me, it's my motto. Yeah, y'all doing no barter, doing it harder than I ever seen. Watch me now, I'm just going to let it roll up. Now roll up. Now we done so stir it up. Don't fake it in this bitch like one. Don't fake it in this bitch like one. Got that pretty check.
Go. That's a fire.
No thanks. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
All right, good job.
So that's it.
Hi, greetings, friends. It's Joy Sanchez, aka Jay the Goddess, or as my new moniker, thanks to Melanin Queen, thanks to Essence Merjani Jewelry. Shout out to them. Um, so yeah, I'm here because I'm gonna start. I'm now a full time artist, and so I decided that I would start recording my poems, right? At least more recent poems. And I'm gonna start with this poem that I wrote a couple months ago called Reclamation, like reclamation. Um, and I have to issue a little bit of a trigger. It has to do with some recent trauma, specifically being raped by a so-called friend of mine. Um, I've shared this poem throughout Bushwick recently since my book launch, and I only got inspired to share this poem because of a fellow poet, Elizabeth Vasquez, who had recently been sexually harassed by somebody within our community, and instead of keeping it to herself, she spoke up about it and she called him out on social media, and the community in turn made him be accountable for his actions, and it inspired me to share this poem because something she mentioned is that if I'm not doing my part to warn the women around me about what could possibly happen and what's going on, then I'm not I'm not being the person that I say I am. So because I know that I am my sister's keeper, I do love myself fiercely, and I have an enormous amount of love and respect for myself, and I want to teach my daughter to have the same. I'm sharing this poem. Um, there's also a painting that goes with it. So to the low down, dirty, no nigga that thought he could rape me without consequence, this poem is for you. I hope you like it. 1. Indulging. Is that what the kids are calling it these days when you have sex without consent with somebody? When I was fully clothed and unconscious, what exactly were you indulging in? Just some food for thought. 2. I bet you never thought I would slice, dice, and saute your ass like this. 3. There are fates worse than death for men like you. I mean, rapists like you. One of them is violating a woman like me. Please enjoy your consequence. 4. Clearly, you never listened to me when I would speak. If you did, you might have kept in mind that there is a condensed list of people who would gladly fuck you up, including 6 brothers out of 7, 21 out of 29 uncles, an assload of cousins, nephews, nieces that would tear your ass to pieces, not to mention my ex-husband. And he don't even like me that much, but he still loves me enough to fuck you up. And a father who would love to have a target for his anger because his little girl would not let her will not let him take it out on her ex-husband. So really, my main question in this point is, nigga, are you crazy? I had to contemplate that shit daily for the last 3 months. I mean, really, are you fucking crazy? Just something I ponder. 4. Or did you rely on the kindness of my heart the same way that you prayed upon it, that I would not give you up simply because I did not call the cops? 5. Or did you think that she would save you? Like, why even ask me for consent when you've already fucked her? Like, some way your twisted brain interpreted her consent as mine as well. I mean, you did fuck my girlfriend and not have the balls to tell me, yeah, she told me about that. 6. Speaking of which, does your girlfriend know what you did? Did you eventually build up the balls to tell her? Or did you sugarcoat your recollection the same way you tried to reclassify my experience when I confronted you? 7. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your artwork. Fuck your reputation. Fuck your life. I hope it's all destroyed, and know that I will not stop until there's nothing but ashes around you. 8. Consider this a silver lining to what could have been your life. I hear it's not much living to be doing when you are spending all your time checking over your shoulder. Be grateful that this is all you're getting, because this is definitely the storm that the quiet has been hiding. 9, nigga, are you crazy? 10, thank you. No, right, you're right. I know how that sounds, right? Somebody apologizing to their rapist, but no, really, just stay with me for 1 second. I have to say thank you. Because, see, until you did what you did to me, I had forgotten how fiercely I love living, how fiercely I love myself. I forgot that I am a teacher and a role model in real life, specifically for one incredible, magical, amazing 6-year-old girl. And I promise that if she ever told me that some man did to her what you did to me and she said nothing about it, I'd probably smack her 6 ways from Sundays before I held her in my arms and told her that everything's going to be all right. Tell me who this nigga is so I can go get him, so I can make him pay. So I thank you for reminding me that I am my sister's keeper, that I am the only one that's keeper of my heart, of my health, both spiritually and emotionally, that if I do not love me, no one else will love me the way I do. And so I must speak up. I must let every single woman anywhere in 100-mile radius of you know that you are dangerous and not worthy of the friendship we offer. You are not worthy to breathe in our breath. You are not even worthy of being anywhere near our presence, because we really are presence. We really are gifts, and you don't deserve shit. You ain't do shit to be celebrated. So thank you for reminding me of my worth, reminding me that only I can let my sisters know what kind of guy you really are underneath it all. That smile is hiding darkness, and they should steer clear of you, because ain't nothing good coming from that. And last but not least, thanks for reminding me that the best thing to do with a dub like you is to roll them and smoke them. So that's that. This was hard for me to write, but it was even harder for me to share, because I also didn't want to look like a victim. I didn't want to feel like a victim. I've been in that space of being a victim before. My parents are probably going to get mad at me, because now they're finding out something that I did not tell them as a grown-up, and I usually tell them pretty much everything. But it was a decision on my part so that I could heal, and I didn't have to go through all these things again and again and again. And it's the same reason I didn't call the cops, because I don't believe in putting Black men in jail. And I also did not want to be subject to the legal system that would make me recount the story a million times before just one person believed me, because it was just he and I in this situation. There's only my word against his. And I'm not fucking crazy. I know what happened. I know the truth. He knows the truth. He was confronted. And I think everyone within our mutual community that has understood and believed me and supported me and allowed me to heal the way I can heal, which is through my words and through my art. If you want to know who it was that violated me in this way, I will gladly tell you. I'm not going to put his name out there, because again, it's out there. The people who I believe are in any type of danger because of his actions, they know who he is. They know what he has done to me. And it is what it is. So if you ask me, I'll tell you who it was. However, anyone that has come to an art lover or does come to an art lover, if you recognize certain pieces that used to be up are no longer up, certain pieces are now painted over. And if you put 2 and 2 together, you'll realize it's because that's the person that did that to me. So the same way he violated me, I'm violating him in every single way that I can think of. I believe in community accountability. I believe that's harsher than anything the legal system can do. And just knowing how the legal system operates when it comes to rape victims, when it comes to women who report sexual harassment or sexual violence, that it takes about 15 goes before anybody even believes you or any type of action is actually taken on your behalf. And so I don't want to do that. I don't want to relive it over and over and over. I don't want to have to think about how I trusted somebody who I considered a friend, how I did an act of kindness for someone, and I have to keep telling them how I was being nice to someone that I knew for a while, and I never expected this to happen. I don't want to have to tell them that they had sex with my ex-girlfriend, and maybe that's why they thought so, because there's so many ideas already out there in the heads of people about when it comes to rape, especially when it's rape from somebody that you're familiar with. And so for the record, he and I never had that type of relationship. We were always just platonic friends. We interacted on a business level. There was never anything else between us except that friendship that I thought was the actual friendship. So thanks for listening, and bye.
Oh, I don't know what falling means. Does it mean I'm gonna hit the ground? Oh, I don't know what falling means. Does it mean I'm gone? On islands surrounded by black seas, walking under urban palm trees, ever silvers tipped with stars, swapping faded yellows, synthetic moon glow. It's been said, hammers will swing. Suppose my head a target, instinctively, jump and duck, dip and dive, slip and slide past the beasts who come in varied Jews and want to use me involuntarily. Different beasts on different parts of my inner. Hope and pray none gain full worth, turn my black ass into a lackey. Faculties weakened by materials I'm addicted to. Sugar, blunts, alcohol, and lots of pretty women who in the dark are oh so wonderful. I don't know what falling means. Does it mean I'm gonna hit the ground? Say I don't know what falling means. Does it mean I'm gonna hit the ground? Foolish men fool themselves into thinking they can acquire your heart. It's true they can plan as perfect to plan. A man can plan to know your inner beauty, but the breezeway to your heart is not through your panties, nor past your curved soft lips. It's not even through your heart. Nah, it's not even through your heart. It's through the eyes of a man who understands no man can hold your hands through plans. And there are reasons why tulips are hugged by you. They have lost their insecurities. No more trying to be roses. I don't know what falling means. Does it mean I'm gonna hit the ground? Say I don't know what falling means. Does it mean I'm gone, hit the ground? Does it mean I'm gone? I tried to explain how hungry I was. I was trying to tell her how hungry I was. I wanted to explain how hungry I was, but I didn't use words. I was trying to explain how hungry I was, and I got undressed. And all this suckers are pressing for play. Nickels spin a lot of you carried away. Got a few pounds that I'm looking to shake. In the corner, in the back, under cheese in the shade, yeah. I carry like a favor, cash and game. Sexy little thing who's rocking my chain. A corner store, no door, selling me that. A sawed off an ego that I'm trying to say. Ooh, but I'm trying to change. I'm trying to change. I'm trying to change. Fortified by their minerals, supported by the four elements of ass, cash, liquor, and weed, not vitamins. Heavy on the weight, cutting up weight, loading up pounds to acquire more weight, just to float in the shallow of waters. My cousins stand on and in between corners, often in semicircles, at best in semicircles, never a full, never a whole. These fools want to stay on the block. Situated and focus on situations, they make major moves based on minor words because the niggas are hard. And hard is like Smurf. It can render, it can rhyme, it can replace words. Stupid, dumbass, prison, death. My cousins that married that outside voice speak the inside voice because the inside voice is strong and powerful. It echoes off bars, bounces off concrete walls and floors, moves through the yard like hurricane wind, turning t-shirts white, pulling pants out their ass, ruining their names, eradicating their names, turning names into numbers that long, that large, that now they don't even count. It confused having with being. They think they're convicted in their convictions. They confuse having with being. Now, realizing that masters and chiefs are not told when to go to bed or brush their teeth, when to wash their ass or eat. It confused having with being, thinking that they are masters of their convictions, masters and chiefs. Well, kings and gods don't go to jail for dumb shit. They go down, like police. It confused having with being. Not realizing they're just not even in the game. There is no game. It's just cogs in the wheel going from block to block. All dead suckers on pressure for play. Nickels spin a lotto and carrying way. I got a few pounds that I'm looking to shave. In the corner, in the back, under trees in the shade. A car like a beamer, cash and gain. A pretty little thing who's calling my name. I sip a corner club, I ran away. That moment I was feeling, and I'm off on a date, cause I'm trying to change.
I am Radio Rocking's boom box. I am gold. Gold plated door knockers and flat top veins. I am culture. I am Bushwick. Salsa music dancing through my veins. Project buildings as my bone. I'm ill. I'm breathing. You can smell the goddess on my skin. You can see the majesty on my fingertips. Everything that I touch turns golden. I am power personified. You can see it in my walk. I strut as if I have diamonds for hips. I am the fist raised in the midst of the indifference. I am the difference between confidence and cocky. I'm stocky. The meat on my bones best served as is dinner. I am the filler in all conversations of greatness. I am greatness. From my hot chocolate skin to my tightly coiled hair, I'm here. Overseer, afraid of my talent, nigga tongue. You bust shots if I call you pig. Overseer, look at your hands. Do they have minds of their own? Your apologies aren't valid on this side of your pistol. Were 6 shots enough? Overseer, why are you afraid of our breath? Look at the mess you have made. Look at the sadness you have brought. Loss is inevitable. One of us square off with you, overseer, just because I have the skin, the color of rust, does not mean that I am without value. Don't treat my arrest like a hunting trip. Don't treat my people like loose change. Who are you to decide when we die? We don't deserve to die like this, like how you kill us, like how you killed us, like how you keep killing us in any sense. The punctuations to every press conference are our deaths, but overseer and master love to watch us die. The deterioration of my culture wasn't enough. White America can only prosper when the control of power doesn't shift and their motives are as old as oppression, and their selfishness houses their greed. And their fear is justified, even when they kill us in cold blood. With blood all over their paycheck, their fingerprints all over our flesh, on video, in the paper, in the street, when we are being wiped out, killed off at the targets we are not. We are not animals. How many more dead black men before this is considered genocide? That's what we do. Except we're all created equal. That's what they teach. But that ain't how we treat each other. No, that ain't how we treat each other. Shit, the truth is that we need each other. Yeah, coming in the back, baby, don't crack. Kick in the door, they bring me the floor. White collar, walk around, money gets spent. Candles in the sun, blowing in the wind. Sun goes down, heroes off and get shot. Peace alone, it's a battle. When it be too late, so we find out. Yeah, all the time. I hate singing that here. Look around, yeah. This verse is wild. For business and love and stuff. Watch us in the fire. Minus your rock with yourself. Enduring government aid. Aren't you opposed? What are we doing? Where are we going? What are we doing? Well, diamond in the back. Well, babies don't crack. Well, kick in the door. Waving the 4-4. White collar walk proud. Money gets spent. Candles in the sun. Blowing in the wind. Sun goes down. Heroes often get shot. Yeah. As long as we forgot. Oh, will it be too late so we find out? Yeah. Oh, God. That's just the song. Alright, what's that one? Gunshot? Oh, God. Gunshot. When you hear it coming, you hope it doesn't hit you. This time, he won't hit me. A fearful 8-year-old girl locked herself in her asylum. The sound of dishes being tossed towards the floor put me to sleep. Questions of what peace is keep me on search for refuge in a concrete jungle yard that only plays to keep. I'm going to play here for a while. Gunshot. 3 out of the 4 women in my family have been or still are victims of domestic violence. The God in my mother allows her to forgive herself for choosing the man that she married. I know she feels trapped. Rheumatoid arthritis deforms her bones. New York winters restrict her to her bed. That's it. Restricted to a home, and our apartment doesn't allow room to run away fast enough. My inherited my father's gunshot behavior from at the match and the father of her kin. He laid hands on her like he was destroying something. Gunshot. He threw me to the bedside table. The next man to pick me off my feet held me by arm and neck in our front yard by yelling, "This isn't abuse, it's retribution." I remember seeing my father punch my mother in her face. I sat in the living room and I wiped the tears from my eyes with the lights on. No one needs to see this. Gunshot. Yes. This is called Heat. Hope you like it. Heat. When you love a man that can't love you back, be patient. Your empty responses is all he can give. Embrace this full of light. Love takes more time to create, so let him create his love for you on his own time. Tell him you love him. Don't let your pride allow your love to die. It's not your fault, it's hard. Just because your chest is wide enough to let love reside doesn't mean his cavities are ready and willing to stretch. When you love a man who can't love you back, speak softly, with intention to only love. For his broken pieces are still lying in his grasp. He's been nursing wounds that never seem to heal. Those wounds are more familiar than truth. Be truth. When you love a man that can't love you back, he thinks of deception and chooses to trust in small portions. But above all, love in bigger portions than his insecurity, for one day he will realize that love hasn't treated him anything like your love has. And alas, that man that couldn't love you back will. Let peace. Wow. What's next? It's difficult to be poetic about genocide. But so is losing a child to the bang of hand pistols, hot bullets piercing bodies. What justifies the wrongful death of a grieving mother's son? Who soothes the hysteria of a fatherless child? What prayer can be chanted to still the spirits of victims whose last sight was down the barrel of a gun? Or an intolerable pain in chest? Or face swelling around unfamiliar fist? Call for backup. Resisting arrest could lead to an early grave. Surrendering with white flag hands could leave you with a mouth swollen. Why can't we ask for justice until unfavorable circumstances arise? Why are people of color always at the center of unfavorable circumstances? Why must we carry the weight of targets on our shoulders? Why do we have to combat the plight of death on our futures? The lives of copper-colored boys and girls are cut short before they're old enough to pick their future. Branded useless, looked at through shifted eyes, considered expendable. An officer's drinking story, a captain's slap on the wrist, an organization's unfortunate event. The depth of authoritative violence do they honestly mean nothing? That's the question. We live in a world where 3 rounds from a pistol in the hands of an officer can seal your fate. And that same officer can make it home just in time for dinner. Or you could be forced to befriend a chain link fence. As if the cold metal comforts you as an officer goes through your pocket, stop because of your skin color. Don't try to tell me it's not true. That's why the majority of the prisons look just like you. We've been taught to believe that the excessive amount of melanin in our chemistry is unsatisfactory, that blackness means crime. We still melt relief watching the 6:30 news. At least he wasn't a black man. Believe that somehow that fact will relinquish any further tarnish to our names. We live as contradictions, and we live like lost hope, which is why we involve in things that don't suit us. But it's never ethical for a mother to have to choose a suit for a son who didn't even get to go to his high school prom. The life of her adolescent son taken at the hands of an officer whose perception of Ramarley Graham was based on how he felt about black skin. I'm sick and tired of newspaper front pages serving as obituaries for black men. I'm sick and tired of Ray Kelly apologizing for the actions of the New York City Police Department. With that sly smile he hides behind that podium. I'm tired of being able to recall the testimonies of the victims of police brutality. I have a friend who had to witness police officers beat her schizophrenic brother to reconstructive surgery. How do you respect a branch of business whose foundation was built on keeping this city safe? But those same fingers that laid across your heartbeats from a sacred pledge are too the ones that pull the trigger, killing those same people they pledged they would protect.
Never know where to look. So it's really awkward to me. I'm like, oh, am I holding the camera right? And blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I kind of felt like today is it's time for me to like stop doing things that I've been doing for a long time simply because it's the right thing to do. Especially when those things don't benefit me. And I need to start doing the things that are good for me, like making videos so like people can understand the philosophy behind my thinking. And you know, a lot of people see me doing all sorts of different things, right? I founded Art Lover like 3 years ago. Yeah, wow. 3 years ago. And out of Art Lover, I produce various art events that are so much of a benefit to an artist if they're willing to do one simple thing: promote it. That's really it. I ask you to do 2 simple things, right? I ask you to promote it, and I ask you to be on time. Those 2 things. Show up, you know what I'm saying? Promo. That's it, because I can't reach your audience for you, and Art Lover has an audience that's scattered, and I make no guarantees because I can't force people to come to our shit. You know what I mean? But if there's already people that love you and they're like, when are you performing? When are you performing? And they don't know that you're doing a performance with us because we can't reach them directly. It doesn't help you to not promote any show that you're in. I never get that shit. Like, I never fucking understand that, you know? Anyway, that wasn't even what I wanted to talk about on this video. Oh my God. See how much I talk? I just talk and talk and talk and talk. And then this whole thing with my hair, where like, because I can see my hair, I'm like, oh God, maybe I shouldn't be making a video right now. My locks are so outgrown. It's time for me to retwist and get a haircut. If you see that back there. Ah! But all that's happening today. We're about 21 days into the 30 days of joy. Anybody who doesn't know what that means, you're not my friend on Facebook, I guess, because it's my birthday on the 30th. And
So every month I give myself the 31 days to just, I get the day for good luck. The 31st is for rest, right? But from May 1st to May 30th, I do nothing but make decisions, um, deciding to do things that make me happy, that fill me with joy, and luckily my name is also Joy, so it's a great pun, and hashtag. It is a hashtag, 30 days of JOI. Um, and you can see some of the awesome things I've done this month. Um, but it's not just about doing things. It's also about like mindsets, breaking bad habits and ending bad habits and settling further and further into myself so that as I enter another year, another revolution around the sun, I'm I'm always as close to my purest form as possible. Meaning I'm always being true to myself. I'm always going to know that the source of my happiness will forever come from me, that I'm not, lying to myself. I'm not pretending to be somebody I'm not. I'm not pursuing goals that aren't really important in my life. I think these things are important for us to like meditate on and come back to once in a while, you know, at least once a year, to just come back to this place where you go and try to connect with your purest form of yourself, with the piece of your spirit that like you don't necessarily put out into the world, especially as an artist, as a performer. Um, you're always giving pieces of yourself away, and sometimes it's easy to forget why you do what you do. I perform because I love it. I promote artists because I love it. I create art events because I love it. I love art. I think art is the catalyst for change in the world. I think artists are the people who are constantly thinking about what's next and thinking about the future. And not just thinking about the future, but thinking about more than just themselves. And so to bring it back to that, right? Sometimes it's easy to get wrapped up in these industries, right? In these things that have become industries. Art has become an industry. Music has become an industry. It's no longer just music. It's no longer just art. It's no longer just dance or just video production or whatever the case may be for you as an artist. But all of these things have become industries now. So like there's this huge game going on where it's really easy to get caught up doing performances and then it becomes about, oh shit, how am I going to pay my rent? And then you're compromising bits and pieces of yourself so that you don't have to get a 9 to 5 and work for somebody else, because a lot of us are not humble enough to say, you know what, I'll work this job that I hate so I can pay my bills, and in my spare time I can do what I love until what I love pays the bills, right? So as I'm creating this life for myself, I'm going to be 32 in 10 days, in 9 days. I'm excited. So anyway, I'm going to be 32 in 9 days. And the older I get, the more dedicated I am to like reaching this goal of being fully and completely autonomous financially by the time I'm like 35, right? By the time I'm 35, I want to be able to say I generate my own income. I don't have to clock in to a 9 to 5 for somebody else to put money in somebody else's pocket to achieve somebody else's goal, to work for a company whose ideals I disagree with, to enforce policies that are just frustrating and really just make you into a bitch for no reason. Like that is the goal. I want everything I do to be enough to self-sustain, so I'm self-sustainable. I create and generate my own income and I don't need to pay bills. I mean, I don't need to get a job for someone else, working for someone else to pay the bills, unless that job is within the field that I am already dedicated to being in, which is arts and education, social change, social activism, right? Anywhere along those lines. Um, in that case, I don't mind putting my energy behind something that I believe in. I don't mind getting on somebody else's team, working for an independent magazine or an independent clothing store or independent venue business owner, to make my money. Because then we can also collaborate on other things that I'm already working on as far as music, art, poetry, visual art, dance, whatever those things are concerned. I can help them and they can help me. And again, we're just building that community, reinforcing it. But so this year in 30 Days of Joy, I kind of had a weekend. I had a weekend. I'm not gonna tell you about it because I don't need to bring you guys down to where I was. But it's the purpose of making this video because now I'm in a position that's forcing me to make decisions that I never really wanted to be options in my life. Um, one of those positions is right now keeping a distance from my children because I'm also a mother. I balance my personal business with 9 to 5 and also motherhood. And so, I've worked towards this balance of having artistry. So it's not artistry versus motherhood. It's art, artist motherhood. Like I can do both because I can do both because we were built to be multifaceted individuals. We were not built to be this mundane, monotone people, right? And not everything's so black and white. There are 1,000 million shades of brown. Um, so I guess this video is really just about like it was just a need for me to vent and kind of remind myself by talking to other people that I'm doing the right thing. That sometimes we have to make the hard choices. Sometimes we have to not think about everyone else before we think about ourselves. And that's what 30 Days of Joy is supposed to remind me about. To remind me to think of myself first once in a while because I'm important. And if I'm not in this life and I'm not healthy and I'm not loved and I'm not feeling safe and secure and I'm not feeling things that allow me to keep a positive mindset and keep moving forward towards the goals that I see and want to achieve, um, then what the hell am I doing, right? If I'm not taking care of myself, I can't take care of somebody else. If I'm not being successful with my own career, I can't help somebody else be successful because that means I don't know what to really do because I ain't doing nothing. And sometimes you need to sacrifice what it is you love most in order for those around you to value your presence and understand that in your absence is necessary right now because you're not being valued. And I've had to make that recent decision because I wasn't being valued. And I had to remove myself from a place I wanted to be, a place I would rather be most days of the week. But I can't be there right now because it's more dangerous for me to be there than to not be there. It does more harm than good. And I think in understanding that, that's allowing me to reinforce the standards that I should be having for the people I do things for or have any type of relationship with, right? Because it's more than just, boyfriend, girlfriend, intimate relationships. Like we all have relationships. They're all different types of relationships. There's business, there's personal, there's intimate, there's public. I even have a relationship with a crowd. It might be brief and fleeting when I'm on stage, but I have a relationship with the crowd in that time, and how I perform and what I put out is what they give, is what they receive and what they give back, because a relationship is nothing more than an exchange of energy for any extended amount of time. And so I got to consider these things, right? I got to consider what I'm allowing to come into my life. If I'm allowing myself to be in a place and continue to put good energy towards a situation, and in that situation, I am helping others achieve their goals, but I am not being valued and appreciated, nor being assisted and supported in achieving my own goals. I can't have that because that means I'm just going to keep attracting more of that. And then that means that when shit starts fucking up, and I'm doing all the right things and I'm wondering why isn't it working? It should be working, right? I'm doing the right things. I'm working smart. I'm working hard. I'm working all the time. Da da da. Because at that point, it's not about you. It's about what you're allowing. The only place where it's about you when you are doing all the right things is in what you're allowing to come into your life. What you're allowing to come in. It's not what you're giving out. You give out everything, right? Government gives out money all the time. That don't mean they get it back in taxes. Right? So you can give things, but there's not always a reciprocation and understanding the difference, I think. I've just, you know, with these decisions, I'm understanding the difference. That reciprocation of what you give is not uh, automatic.
It's not automatically reciprocated. So hey, once in a while, if you want what you put out to be reciprocated, you got to take it away from who you're giving it to, so that they could feel the absence, what it is to live without you, to live without your service. And that puts them in a position, right? Because they either, one, do better on their own, two, they find a replacement, or three, they grow and they apologize and they step up what they are giving back to you. Either one of those options in my situation would be great. I couldn't care. I mean, I could care more. There's a certain amount of caring there in that particular situation where I'm making these choices. But in other places, like my day job, um, and even in my like collaborative projects, sometimes in some of my collaborative projects is the same way. Like I'm slowly taking away what it is I give to folks. I'm not telling them I'm taking it away. I'm just taking it away. And when they notice that it's gone, I wonder if they're going to come to me and say, hey, why'd you take that thing away? And if they ask me why I took it away and I tell them, will they care? Will they step up their game or step up what they're giving back? Or will they deny that they're just taking and not giving anything? I don't know. But again, that's not on me. What's on me is to know what it is I'm willing to accept. And yeah, I can't accept giving more than I'm receiving anymore, because all it does is put me in debt and weigh me down. Anyway, valuable life lesson from Joy Sanchez. So I got to get back to doing this art lover work. Um, but, I hope you'll join us for our next artist salon happening June 5th at the Wild Cafe Theater, 9 p.m. Doors open at 8:45. Free wine, drink and draw, model on deck, limited art supplies. Open mic starts at 10:30. Um, Hope you come through. It's our last one of the season. It's gonna be dope. It's our summer kickoff. So hey, and it's my birthday. So come say happy birthday. Have some cake. We still gonna have cake a week later. Hell yeah, we having cake. All right. Thanks for watching. Hey, YouTube land. So really exciting stuff. I have a bunch of shows coming up, and I'm looking for sponsors for clothing, skincare, makeup, jewelry. If you have a product that you want to get out into the world, I have about 8 shows coming up, 4 of which kind of on the big side. I'm not going to tell you what they are right now. I need you to trust in the fact that I'm awesome. Your product will be seen by at least 1,000 people at 4 of these shows. And so a dream director in my life would probably have to be John Chance Acevedo. He's a art activist, poet, teaching artist. And I was connected to him very randomly through someone I was photographing. And just over the phone, talking to me for a little bit, he agreed to be my mentor on this this journey through poetry that I've taken myself on. And whenever I need him, he's there. Just like that guardian angel, agreeing to do things like edit my book and just gives me really, really sage advice when I need it. And creates possibilities for me in my mind when I'm in a block and I don't know how to move forward. It kind of like gives me alternative ideas that like allow me to get through those blocks. So I think I would have to say him. Yeah.